Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Aaron Couch, Creative Director of Mixed Media, and I will be your moderator for the next 4 hours. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today's speaker is Nicole Maxwell. Nicole Maxwell is an internationally lauded metaverse consultant, avid gamer, dedicated community leader, and a businesswoman seasoned in creating end-to-end solutions for enterprises and small businesses. Dubbed the Metaverse Goddess, Nicole Maxwell is the CEO and Chief Metaverse Officer for Black Multiverse Enterprises, creating solutions as a leading Web3 organization with some of the best and brightest individuals in the world. So with that being said, I present to you Nicole Maxwell. Thank you so much. Hello, Nicole. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey, thank you so much, Nicole. And as our sponsor would say, genius is common. And I will see you on the other side.
All right.
All right.
Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. That is the saying that is heard around the globe when you are watching the Black Business Network. My name is Nicole Maxwell, and I am the CEO of Black Multiverse Enterprises. I am the founder of the Blackverse Metaverse community, and I am the owner of Technical Consulting. All of those things have something in common, and that is bringing people to an awareness of the metaverse. What is the metaverse? What are we doing in the metaverse? And more importantly, for you, how can your businesses transact in the metaverse? Today, we are going to talk about reality versus virtual reality. One of the things that I do in my business is helping people to overcome their fears about the metaverse. One of the things that is really interesting to me when I'm talking to people about the metaverse and talking about their experiences across the metaverse and their fears about coming to the metaverse is sometimes there are some fears. There are certain people who don't understand what it is, and that's a lot of people. So if you are in that number, listen up, because we're going to have a lesson on what the metaverse is. But there are other folks who do know what it is, or they know what's being built and they know what's being built around them. And they're having a hard time being okay with that. Some don't want to lose their reality. And so we're going to talk about that today. Like, how can you still do things in the metaverse and still have your reality without losing touch with what is real and tangible to you in your spaces? So first off, what is the metaverse? Like, everybody's talking about it. It's a buzzword nowadays. It's transformed a little bit in the ways that we've seen it. But the metaverse is the experience. That's what I want you to walk away with. Metaverse is the experience of being in a virtual space or having an experience that is virtual. Now, when I say that, that leaves us open to some things. And so that means that literally anything can be defined as a virtual experience. We saw everything go virtual in 2020 when we all were kind of sitting at home trying to figure out how we were still going to make our businesses profitable and operational. And so that's one thing that you definitely want to consider is what happens if, we have another pandemic or we have another thing that affects us globally where we need to be virtual. The metaverse can be an extension of your business. So the experience of your business virtually. One of the things that I like to tell people, and this is on my website, but is that when we are in the metaverse or when we're thinking about the metaverse, it does not have to be all consuming. I like people to thrive when they come to the metaverse, when they're thinking about the metaverse and they're thinking about it for their business. I want you to have things happening in real life and in virtual environments. That is thriving in the metaverse. We are going to have things happening in virtual and real environments. So you don't have to give up anything. So that somebody please take a breath and be at ease with that. You don't have to give away your whole life to be in a virtual space. Now, when I say that, I'm going to go back to what I was saying a second ago. There are different versions of what the metaverse is. And the reason that that's a thing is because it's not built yet. So anybody who tells you that we're done, it's not. We're just getting started. So there are people who are building out a metaverse, and that is an experience that is both interconnected and interoperable. And those folks are people like Facebook. Facebook is building up a virtual space. There are other people in this world who are working really hard to build up something that is decentralized. And that is a decentralized experience that allows us as a folk, to enjoy all the properties of the blockchain. So Web3. What is Web3? What is the blockchain? What is the metaverse? So the metaverse is the experience. It's how you experience things. The blockchain is the technology. It is literally a interconnected chain of blocks that store information and your transactions. It creates a digital ledger. It has properties that allow it to be permanent and allow it to enable certain things like NFTs through smart contract technology. There is also cryptocurrency, if you've ever heard of that. I'm sure you have. Bitcoin is actually a token that sits on the blockchain. So is Ethereum. Both of those things are utilizing the power of the blockchain to unlock all these new possibilities for us that we're experiencing with Web3. So there is a metaverse that is being built up right now with the power of Web3. That is the decentralized metaverse. That is what we are calling, a lot of folks are calling Web3. But I want you to walk away understanding that there's a difference between Web3, which is the idea of decentralization, and the metaverse, because the metaverse is the experience. And so if we are not careful as a people, as a business owner, the metaverse will be built up and we will all be consumers in that metaverse. And I just want to let you know right now that some ways you can go fact check this. Look at what Facebook is doing. And so Facebook is rolling out a virtual space, and that space is fun for some people. It is a place where we're all, we can get in there, we can jump into our headsets and work, and we can have fun. I went to a house party not too long ago, literally, in the metaverse. And you can do those things there in their space, in their metaverse. You can absolutely do all of those things. But when it comes to being a business and being an entrepreneur, you are a creator. You are pushing things forward into this world. And so if you look at their creator platform, they are saying, hey, you can come to our platform and you can have fun, and that's free. But if you want to be a business and you want to create things or be a creator for our platform, we're going to charge you 47.5% of all of your earnings. I don't know about you, but anybody tells me they want 50% of what I'm making, that's a problem. So we're going to have a conversation. And so that's what's actually happening right now. With Facebook, they have come out and said 47.5% is what they are offering to you to produce and provide for their platform. Now, the words that I just used are intentional: produce and provide for their platform. Those words put you in the space where you are a consumer. We are consumers. And so we're already consumers right now in Web 2. Even if you use Facebook ads, even if you use Google ads, you are being consumed every single time that you are in those spaces or utilizing those applications and platforms and websites. You consent to it without even realizing it most times. You see that little pop-up come up on the bottom that says, hey, we're going to stick a cookie in your browser and we're going to track every little thing that you're doing. Thank you. And we say, oh, cool, I get to use your space. Thank you. And we say yes and keep going. As business owners, that kind of doesn't make sense, because as business owners, we want to make sure that we are extending ourselves and building up our customers and building up our communities. And so it makes more sense to be a producer and to not be a consumer, to not be consumed. And the way to do that is with Web3. So Web3 is something that utilizes decentralization. So that literally is the purpose of Web3, is to be decentralized. So all these big companies that have been built up using our data, transacting our data, selling our data without giving us a dime for it, they can't do that anymore. And that is what Web3 is about. Now, there's some fun things in Web3, and those things are things like NFTs and PFPs, or profile pictures, and things that, are fun, but they're not the purpose. The purpose is to decentralize. And so it's important that we understand these terms and we understand the possibilities. Did you know that for your business, you can create a membership program using NFTs, using the blockchain? You can reward your customers. So, a long time ago, a couple years ago, when we were really excited about loyalty programs and everybody was getting those frequent flyer miles, and it seems like all that stuff was pre-COVID, like some of it still exists today, but not so much. Well, we can bring that back in a much more powerful way. So you can utilize an NFT as a way to grant access to a particular service, or to track how your customers are spreading the good news about your products and services. We call those referral programs. You can utilize NFTs to drop flyers to your communities. And I say communities, you're used to hearing the word customer. In Web3, we call them community members and collectors, because they are participants in the process of our success, not just being, more consumers and customers. So what does it look like to bring your business to the blockchain? Sometimes you have to undergo an implementation. And so that is a space where you are probably used to this term. If you've ever acquired a new software, if you've ever acquired a new company, you've probably had an implementation of sorts. I am an implementation consultant by trade. And so I historically have taken large organizations that were decentralized, large organizations that had field offices or were dispersed in some other kind of way, like they had lots of little satellite locations and things like that. Sometimes even franchises that roll up the other way. Taking those and making them, or moving them from a decentralized standpoint and bringing them into a centralized one. So that is my history. And it scares me when I start thinking about that being the thing that we head into the metaverse with, is centralization. So for me, it became really apparent to have my voice used, or to have to use my voice, to make sure that people understood there were options and that you don't have to just adhere to the 47.5% from Facebook. You are able to transact in a way that rewards not only your customer base or your collectors and community, but also you. So the idea of royalties is something that is really important to people. And historically, we've seen our artists and our musicians either not be paid royalties or not have kind of the ability to manage the royalty system themselves, or they were given things like 0.52% of whatever they produced and put out into this world, or the Facebook deal, which is 47.5%. And so when you're thinking about those things, it is really cool to be able to think about things differently. Last week was amazing. Last week we held the Blackverse Summit. And our theme for this year was the power of decentralization. And I was just elated. I had tons of my community members come through and share what they are doing on the blockchain. And so we saw people, men, women alike, come to the forefront with their projects and with wonderful things that they're putting out there. And, years ago, we would have called all this stuff startups. We don't really call it that anymore. We're calling it projects. So there's a nomenclature change. There's some jargon that goes on when you have your meta mind shift and you start thinking about decentralization. Like, you have to make some parallels between some terms. But we would have called those startups years ago. Now we're calling them projects. And so these projects are being started with folks, and it's people from communities that are either not connected at all, people who would have never talked before. But that is the power of Web3. That's the power of decentralization. It's bringing people together to the forefront to create. One thing I cannot stress to you enough is how energized this space is. So not just Web3, but also the metaverse. So when we're thinking about that, it is this amazing marriage between technology, creativity, and innovation. And it just explodes every time you are around anybody who's really got their toes dipped all the way into this space. Like, you can feel it. It's something that moves through people, and you can kind of tell what phase of their meta mind shift they're at, depending on how energized they are or how they're talking about the space. So there are people who are brand new, and those brand new people are asking a million questions because they're still confused and they don't understand fully yet, like, the power behind Web3 or the power of decentralization. And so those folks are just trying to figure things out, like, where do I fit in? Which is the community for me? What does it look like to do what I do in Web 2, but move that to the blockchain and the metaverse? Last week in the Power of Decentralization conference, we had creators who have purchased virtual real estate. And so they are building out amazing things in the metaverse and for the metaverse. There are people here who are doing that already. And so I am here to tell you right now that if you have a business, it is not what is your reality versus virtual reality, but it is how do you bring your reality to terms with virtual reality or with a new reality. Virtual reality is not going to replace your reality in any kind of way. It's a supplement. You are going to thrive in the metaverse. You're going to have things happening in real and virtual spaces. So those things are going to actually happen. So I will be able to run outside, take my dog for a jog. I'm still going to be able to do kind of everything that I want to. If I want to go to the park or walk barefoot on a beach, nobody is taking that away. What changes is very similar to the change that we saw with cell phones. With cell phones, it used to be you had this big brick that that was your phone. After we moved off of the connected corded phones, and then we moved into cordless phones, and then we had the cell phones, and then we moved from cell phones, like the little chocolate bars, into the flip phones, and then we moved into having smartphones. And so those smartphones have slowly evolved into this thing that we still have. We kind of went backwards and went back to chocolate bars, but we still have these phones that are mini computers that are literally sitting in our hands, and everybody has them. They're everywhere at all the time, but they are not taking away our reality. You can still shut them off. And so that is the metaverse that I want to make sure is built out. It's the one where personally, I like the idea of being able to shut things down, step back, and just have some moments of peace in my reality. And you can still do that. There's a third type of metaverse that's being built out. And in some instances, some would call this the omniverse, but because that actually is a term that's now been adopted by another company, I'm not going to use that. So I'm just going to describe it a little bit. So the idea is that we're all interconnected. And this one is a different type of interconnectivity. So everything that I've been talking about up to now, both the Facebook version and the decentralized version, those are all versions where we have technology living with us and it's around us. Just like right now, I'm in my home and I have my Google Home Hub. I have my Google Home dot over there in my bedroom. I have my Alexa on my TV and I can talk into my remote. That is technology that is around and among us, right? I have a watch that I can talk to and it does cool stuff for me. That is technology that's around us. But there's another type of metaverse that is being talked about, and that is the idea of us literally being interconnected with technology inside of us and in our bodies and things like that. I'm not a fan of that particularly. You may be. To me, the Neuralink is a step way too far in the wrong direction as far as Nicole Maxwell is concerned, because I do not want any kind of invasive technology touching my humanity. I appreciate the line between reality and virtual reality. I'm somebody who has enjoyed a lifetime of gaming. And as a gamer, I have been in virtual spaces for a very long time. You know, folks will come on and they will tell you that the metaverse is this boring thing that is, you know, all about technology and how, you know, they don't really explain the experience piece of it, which is the fun part. You have an opportunity right now to take your business to a whole nother level in what you're doing. So if you're an event planner, listen up. This is for you. If you are someone who is in marketing or advertising, that is changing all of it because you are going to be able to market and advertise and plan events in virtual spaces. Artists, musicians, there's so many domains. Everybody has a place and space in the metaverse because why? Because the metaverse is for everybody. There is nothing to fear about this. I think that would be an untrue statement. There are some things to fear. And to me, the things to fear about the metaverse are what I described, and that is the Neuralink. To me, that's too far. There are other things that for you as an individual, you have to find the space where you are comfortable with. So if you are comfortable right now with crypto and you don't want to participate in building out the metaverse, then that's a decision that you're making right now. And you have to be okay with that. If you own a business and that business is all about a community, or you own a nonprofit, or you own a firm that supports advertising, marketing, or kind of really anything right now, the metaverse is coming. And so you have to decide, are you going to be a participant in this space now? Are you going to create a table for your future now? Are you going to create pathways for the youth now? Or are you going to sit back and not participate until the time is right? And so this is not a new concept. It's not a new decision that you've had to make. You've always made decisions for yourself, for your business, whether or not you were going to be an early adopter. Are you going to be somebody who tests out a new product, or beta tests, or alpha tests something? Those are the stages that we are in right now, is where we are creating the foundation for the future. So if you could look back 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, and somebody would have told you that you could be a participant in creating the future, would you have done it? That is the question that you need to ask. And behind that, you need to ask yourself, how can I thrive in the metaverse? How can I take myself and my business to a place where I can have things happening in real and virtual environments in the metaverse? Because the metaverse is coming. It is being built up right now. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about kind of the things that you can expect in the metaverse. Okay. Now I am hypothesizing on some of this, but a lot of it comes from experience, because I do participate in this space. I have my own NFT store. I have created NFTs for myself and for others. I have used them. I will be using them next week in my community. And so I own domains. So we think about our businesses and how we can thrive in the metaverse. A lot of times people talk about the domain being one of the most important spaces for you as a business owner. Well, sometimes that's true. And so if your name is branded, you need to be thinking about the future. And so if you have a brand name, what would you feel like if someone owned that brand instead of you in the future? If someone was here because they're a participant and they acquired your brand name before you did. This space is being built up right now. Those things are happening right now. There are people who have malicious intent right now, and they are looking at you, looking at your brand, and trying to acquire it, and then drive the price up so that you cannot succeed fully in this space. So think about that. In this space, and by this space, I mean Web3, your domains change a little bit. We have the ability, and that's the word I love so much, is capability and ability in Web3 to do things that we're not able to in Web2, because there's always some centralized entity holding the keys. So right now with domains, you have a domain. That's your URL. That's the thing you type in at the top of your screen. So a lot of you guys are watching us on YouTube, or you may be watching on Hulu or Roku or anywhere else. You typed in something.com to get to where you are right now. Sometimes you also typed in a .io, and if you're futuristic, you typed in a .xyz. But those are domains. So those are top-level domain extensions. In the future, or right now in Web3, we have new ones. Like they've been recreated, right? So each blockchain, and yes, there are many blockchains, those blockchains have domain names and domain name extensions. And so I can own technical.tez because Tezos is a blockchain, and also own technical.eth because Ethereum is a blockchain. I also have the ability to own .sol if I was operating on Solana. And then the main change that happens on this space is ownership. And so because of that ownership, I own that domain for a year at a time. And for some of those, I have to actually renew them. But there's something that's even cooler about Web3. And there are Web3 domains that you can own forever. Imagine that. A one-time purchase to own your domain name forever. And so I think that that's like something that's really, really cool. That's a transition away from the centralized space, but it shows how powerful Web3 is right now. ICANN is the entity that you operate with in Web2 spaces. So when you're buying a .com or .io, you're giving money to ICANN every single year. So you might do it through GoDaddy, but then GoDaddy sends you an email, and that email says, hey, we need to register you. Make sure all your information is okay. We're going to send this off to ICANN. So that is a way that this space has decentralized the idea of these big corporations owning our information and owning our data. So that is what the Web3 space is all about, is being able to participate and to own your own data, your own space. The main thing that you need to know, as well as I talk about this today, is that there's also virtual real estate that you can acquire. So just like I asked you if you would be comfortable if someone owned your own domain, I also ask you, would you be comfortable if someone owned your home in a virtual space? Or if they owned your location for your store, for your business in a virtual space? What would you do? Maybe you have a piece of prime real estate. Like maybe you have a $2 million home. Maybe you are somebody who has something historically of value and reference to our community. Listen up and pay attention to this space, because things are changing. And it is important that you understand and be able to transact in this space, so that you know that there are metaverses you can go to right now and acquire a piece of virtual real estate. Virtual real estate. It's exactly what it sounds like. It is real estate that is virtual. We call them many different things. And so it can be a voxel or a plot, like a plot of land, or it can be land, or it can be a virtual box, or it can be lots of different things depending on the platform that you're using. There's lots of different terminology for it. But a lot of these organizations have gone out and they've mapped the entire world, cut it up into little blocks, and said, okay, now it's for sale. So if you own something in the real world, are you comfortable if somebody owns that in virtual spaces and it's not you? If the answer to that is no, then you need to do your business a favor and start to look at Web3. I am excited and pumped up for the future, and I am definitely going to tell you to tap in, but only you can make that decision for yourself. When you are thinking about the reality versus virtual reality, you have a lot of things to consider. When you are thinking about a future in the metaverse, you have to think about the type of future that you want. Is that one that includes freedom and includes ownership baked in? Is it one that includes a space where everybody knows that everything is transparent, and that if you do something malicious, like everybody's going to know about it? If not, then probably the Web 2 version is going to be better for you than the blockchain, because on the blockchain, your transactions are transparent. People know and they can see what you're doing. That also works to your benefit. So people know and they can see what you're doing. So when you are doing great things, especially us as a community, as much as things are stolen from us on a daily basis, it is important that we empower ourselves and empower our businesses with the power of the blockchain. And so I want to just let everybody know that the metaverse is all about experience. Web3 is about decentralization powered by the blockchain. And that is the definition you need to give anytime somebody asks you. The metaverse is the experience. Web3 is decentralization empowered by the blockchain. We have an opportunity to change the game right now. We have an opportunity to come to a space that rewards us for participation while we are being self-sovereign or being the owners of our data. And so those are the things that are really important when we get down to the nitty-gritty, when we start looking at historical things that have impacted us as a community, when we start looking at historical problems like redlining that we have had to deal with. We are in a new day and a new age where we can make change. If you have a consultancy or a coaching practice, all of those things are already in the metaverse. If you are a musician or you are somebody who creates 3D landscapes or drawings for other people, those things are in the metaverse too. If you attended the Power of Decentralization conference last week, you definitely saw these creators and how they are showing up on the blockchain. You are a creator too, as a business owner. You created your idea and you birthed it, whether you called it a startup or just your little hobby and it grew up into a full-blown business. You had an idea. And at some point you have been challenged. Now, what would you have done if you could have changed that challenge and proven some things utilizing the power of the blockchain? I challenge you all to think about thriving in the metaverse and to have things happening in both real and virtual spaces. I challenge you to get active. Go right now. If you're holding your smartphone in your hand, you can experience augmented reality. If you're holding your smartphone in your hand, type into Google and type tiger. That's one word. And then follow the prompts, because when you look at it, it's going to say, do you want to see this in augmented reality? And so if you select yes, you're going to be able to pull out a full-grown tiger into your space, wherever you are right now. So I happen to be in my living room. I could type that in and then pull out a whole entire tiger and stick him on my floor. That is the possibility of the future. Now, replace the tiger with the name of your business or your favorite product or your brand. That is the future of augmented reality. Augmented reality is where you pull technology into your existing space, wherever you are. So right now, I could pull Natural Nore and pull in my favorite face soap into my reality, so I could look at the bottle and check out the I could check out the ingredients and hold it in my hand, turn it around in front of me. That's the future. I don't have to wait for it to ship and get to me. I can actually look at it. Or I could alternatively go to the store and look at it in my VR headset. At some point, we're going to come to a space where things are were able to just put on some glasses or perhaps contacts and be able to look into these virtual spaces, maybe by a command, just like I can command my Google Home Hub and say certain words to Alexa and she does certain things. That is AI. That is artificial intelligence. Marketing, advertising, all of that is changing. And so right now you're seeing this happen as we head into the metaverse. What is reality? When it comes to an avatar, we have the capability right now to create avatars that look just as real as you and I. And that avatar is really just, a bunch of code that it's sitting on a screen in a specific way, but it looks just like me, or it looks just like it could be human. And you don't know until you get up close and do some inspection that that's not a thing. So what happens when you can speak scenarios into existence? Right now, I can speak into my computer and it will generate art for me. Man, that's cool. I love being able to do stuff like that. But you know what I do with it? I can take those images that I've created and I can place them in virtual spaces. I can create those images and sell them as NFTs. But I could also create a can of Pepsi and use that as a image for my next advertisements for Black Multiverse Enterprises. I can do any of those things because our realities are changing. Technology is coming and it's being included in everything that we do. So you can be that person that doesn't want to tap in, and that's perfectly fine. You're going to make that decision for yourself. So we already talked about that, but you can have fears, but you can also overcome those fears. I am here. I am happy. I am ready to help out. I am ready to tap in with anyone and anybody as you are making your way into the metaverse. I have a whole lot of experience with not only helping people to come to an understanding of what the metaverse is, but also how their businesses can come to this space and thrive. And again, thrive is having things happening in real and virtual environments. And I am so delighted that you've taken a moment to listen to me today. If you have any questions, you can always contact me at metamindshift.com. This is Nicole, and my voice is resting. We're going to bring...
Well, thank you so much for your expertise, Nicole. Now, in case anybody wants to get some information from you, can you give them your website for them one more time, please?
Yep, it's right here, but it is metamindshift.com, and you can schedule with me at any point in time. You can also reach me at technicole.com. And if you want to have a space created, you can also reach out to blackmultiverse.io. So you can reach all of those at metamindshift.com. And before I go, I just want to quickly say, I also have a show here on the Black Business Network every Tuesday at 6 p.m. You can catch me on the Meta Mindshift show, and we talk to the best and brightest talking about the future in the decentralized metaverse. So it's pretty fun.
Well, once again, Nicole, thank you so much for your expertise. And as our sponsor would say, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, everybody, I would like to talk about what this is all about, the scholarship. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use a cash app that's on the screen below, and also say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students that can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank Black Business Expo USA. Also, we want to thank them for our September sponsors. This would be a list that includes Atlantic Insurance Company, Creative Force Studios, First Financial Securities, NC 100, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier, Development Council, The Breathing Experience, Margie McLean Foundation, Work the Thing Supplements, Live Shackle Free, Nubian Media, Black House Media, 5 Star BDM, Technique Council, Cathorn Council, STEM City USA, Artistic App Design, I Define TV, Lee Entertainment, Genius is Common, and the Black Business Expo USA. And once again, Genius is common, and we will see you on the other side. Am I still on? Thank you so much, everybody.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
La connexion BU. La connexion BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious? I totally think that that's it. Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like, baby, be you. Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hompton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I love to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hey there, welcome to Get Lit Worldwide. We are your global reach influencer marketing agency, here to help you bring your exposure back, especially during this pandemic. Get Lit Worldwide is brought to you by the Emmy award-winning executive TV and film producer, Tommy Morgan Jr., and producing partner, Val Ortiz. So that pretty much makes us an award-winning marketing agency. With us, we only do marketing that works, using the most viral, captivating, and ROI-focused social media influencer campaign strategies for brands. So let me go ahead and tell you the truth. Businesses can no longer afford to ignore the popularity and importance of social media platforms promoting their products and services. We connect companies to our highly sought after exclusive influencer database across all major channels, guaranteeing authentic, memorable campaigns that yield immediate results, powered by insights, data, and creativity. Don't stay behind that 8 ball. Learn the advantages of partnering with social media influencers to showcase your brand. This is the future of authentic and people-centered marketing. Let us show you how our services will get you lit worldwide.
Hey, it's Fran Harris, founder of Electra Sports Beverages. So excited that you are joining me right now for this live broadcast where I am finally launching my sports beverage. Now, Electra is a better for you functional beverage company that other things will come after in a few years. But right now we are launching one of the best, better for you, in fact, best for you sports drinks on the planet. Now, a lot of people will say, why would you start a beverage company when you got other competitors, huge competitors in the marketplace in this space? Well, it's a $23 billion industry. Sports drinks, $23 billion opportunity. That means there's room to play. The reality is, if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. So I'm very proud of Electra. Very proud of what Electra stands for. I'm very proud of this nutritional panel back here because we didn't miss a beat. We knew that consumers were looking for better taste, higher functionality, lower sugar, fewer calories. We knew that. And I am so proud of what we have put in this bottle. It's something that you can give your kids. It's something that you can drink yourself, whether you're an elite athlete or an everyday hustler. We put some great stuff in this bottle, and I want to invite you to join me on this journey for this big online launch party. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room to play. I'm going to get in where I fit in. I'm going to find my niche and make sure that we develop and produce products that are absolutely amazing that our customers want. So I wanted to introduce you to Electra here. So we got 3 flavors. You've got Passion Punch, you got Oh Yeah Orange, and you got Liddy Lemonade. And so whatever your pleasure is, if you like the punch taste, if you like the orange taste, if you like the Liddy Lemonade, then you can have your pleasure, all right? But I want you to get in on this because we're doing something special with Electra right now. We're launching it first time out of the gate. That means that you can get it right now at a very special price if you participate in my Indiegogo campaign. Now let's talk about what an Indiegogo campaign is. This is not a fundraiser. This is an opportunity to generate some buzz and some fun around the launch of a brand new product. And you get the opportunity to get things like t-shirts, come to some private events. It's an opportunity for you to be a part of something bigger than all of us, right? Imagine if you had been there when that other sports drink had started 50 years ago. Imagine what it would have felt like to be a part of what you knew was going to be history. That's what I'm offering you the opportunity to do right now, is to be a part of Electra's launch to the public. Now, Electra will be available online, so you'll be able to go to our website and our store and buy Electra, but you won't be able to get access to some of the prizes that you're going to get access to by participating in this campaign. And there are many, many levels that you can get involved in. You can get involved at a very low level where you just want to be a supporter. You can get involved at a different level where you get a t-shirt and a cap. You can get involved in a different level where you can come to a VIP event with me, hang out with me and my team. Either way, get in where you fit in and just become a part of this historic launch. There should be a button on this page right now. All you need to do, click that button, and then you can learn all about the different ways that you can be involved in this particular launch campaign. All right, click the button right now. I appreciate your support so much, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I am Aaron Couch of Mix Me Media, where we specialize in media development and content creation. Our next speakers are Margie McLean and Sabrina McKay. Margie McLean is the founder and CEO of the Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated. She's a counselor, educator, mentor, and community life coach. With over 20 years of experience in empowerment and leadership workshops, she uses her life experience to transform the lives of women and build self-esteem in today's youth. Sabrina McKay is a certified professional life coach and currently a psychology doctoral candidate at North Central University in La Jolla, California. In addition, she received a Bachelor of Science work from Livingstone College in Salisbury, North Carolina, and Master of Social Work from the University of South Carolina in Columbia, South Carolina. Sabrina is also a licensed minister and a Child Protective Service investigator. And now, without further delay, I present to you Margie McLean and Sabrina McKay.
Well, hello, and thank you for having us.
Well, hello, ladies, and thank you both so much for coming. And as our sponsor would say, genius is coming. And I will see you both on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Miss Sabrina, how are you?
Hi, Margie. How are you? I'm well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. Before we get started, I want to go ahead and just introduce Miss Sabrina Mackey and have her to introduce her business, Refocus to Redefine. Can you tell us a little bit about your business?
Yes, Margie. I am the CEO of Refocus to Redefine LLC. I am a professional life coach where I use evidence-based practice methods as well as faith-based methods to reach my clients of all ages, from kindergarten through geriatrics. I specialize in loss and grief, mental health, suicide prevention, just facilitating a lot of the awarenesses that we deal with in everyday life.
Thank you. Thank you. And I am Margie McLean, where we are cultivating and fostering future leaders for the 21st century and beyond with the Margie McLean Foundation. And my business, we are mentoring young kids and their family members to be the best leaders for the 21st century, because they will be taking care of us soon. So that's some of the things that we're going to talk about today. And we're going to look at life coaching and marketing, and what are some ways to promote those businesses. So when we think about life coaching, what do you say life coaching is? If I was one who want to start a life coaching business, how would you best explain it to them?
I actually tell people, what do you do? What is your niche? What is the thing that you feel like you have an expertise in? It could be knitting. You could do life coaching on knitting, and then you have to break it down by the different patterns, the different tools you use, how long have you been doing it? Can you teach a beginner, someone who never has knitted before? You have to do what your specialization is. You're going to have to be the expert subject matter in whatever it is that you feel that you have the expertise in.
And when I think about knitting, when you said that, I was just thinking about how it's a story we used to do when I was in school about the weaving the web, and how different things, they all come together on this one web, which actually, alter our lives and give us different direction. And so with knitting, that's one of the things that we definitely can do, is to focus on that and see how knitting can help us with our lives, and how the different strands of the knitting in different places affect us. So when we think about life coaching and you think about your target audience, I want to become a life coach, but I just don't know who to start with or who my audience base should be. What are some things that I would say? How do you define your target audience?
Okay, for example, I'm going to use me for example because I'm a life coach. So I have a background in mental health. I have suicide prevention, loss and grief, things of that nature. So I target people who have mental health issues, people who are experiencing loss and grief. And I started church for the loss and grief because I'm a minister as well. And sometimes you have that spiritual counselor, but then if they're exhibiting the grief too long, it can allow them to start having depression and anxiety. So then that's where I can come in on the faith-based aspect as well as a clinician for the mental health piece, and be able to provide the services that they need from a holistic perspective. So I target, churches. I target my population because, as you know, the African American community, what goes on in the house, stay in the house. We keep things in the closet, up under the bed, sweep it up under the rug, or what so have you. So I try to target our population to let them know that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to have the praying from your pastor, and it's okay if you may need medication or therapy. It's okay to combine all of those things so you can have a sustainable life.
Well, let me just ask one question real quick. What's the difference between life coaching and counseling? I know when I received my life coaching certification, that was one of the main things that they just kind of emphasized, that life coaching is not counseling. It's pretty much helping people, make those decisions. How do you see a difference in between life coaching and counseling?
Okay, life coaching is you're actually guiding people to get to the next steps, almost like using like SMART goals. Counseling, you have to go to school to be certified, as well as you have to get licensures. So actually I'm teetering on both because I am dual. So I have to be careful with my business that I don't use a lot of therapeutic methods because my license could be, at stake.
Right.
So I have to, it's the wording that you have to use appropriately. So I use my clinician skills within a hospital setting where I'm a behavioral therapist. And I use my coaching skills for my own personal business to help those. And also, when you are a licensed professional, you are not supposed to use like faith-based. And that's one of the things that I do. I have a faith-based and I have evidence-based. So where you are licensed in whatever state that you're in, you cannot talk to the patient about their faith unless they bring it up to you. Right. And then at that time, you have to be culture competent because there are a lot of faith-based and a lot of religion. So you have to be aware of what your client or your patient is going through before you can speak on it.
So in other words, if you want to become a life coach, you need to make sure that you're researching the different cultures, researching the different religions. Don't just go out there and start, because you may offend someone and make the situation worse than what it is. And so I think that's a good, that is really good to let people know that make sure that you research the area. One of the things I would say, I was talking on one of the meetings that we had, and I brought up the fact that I speak sometimes in Liberia on a Liberian radio station about business. And one of the biggest things that they focus on is family businesses. And, the culture of family is really strong there, compared to here in the Western world. And so I have to make sure that I am conscious of that and making sure whatever I say is not offending anyone in that in that culture. So a lot of times we have to make sure that we read up on the culture, make sure that we choose our words carefully, because we just don't want to upset anything. So when we look at our sessions, some people may say, I may want to give a free session first, or I just want to go straight into a paid session. How do you determine what's best when getting started in your life coaching?
I would always say give a 30-minute free consultation, because that way you're going to know if you are appropriate for that individual and you can help that individual. You're going to be able to assess during that 30-minute consultation, am I going to be able to give this client the fullness of services that I provide? Or is that client willing to be open to getting the services that I do provide? Because after I talk to a client in 30 minutes, I may feel like I can't help this client, but I may have a colleague that would be more appropriate, and I can refer that client to my colleague.
Probably also the best thing to do is kind of do an assessment of your client also to see what is their need base. And that also will let you know if that client is for your particular business. Can you help that client? If not, I'll refer. And even as a life coach, that's the best thing to do also, is to let the client know up front, I'm going to do an assessment. If I see that my services may not help you, is it okay for me to refer you out to someone else that I may know? That way, they talking to you, then all of a sudden another life coach pop up and you didn't say anything. They're like, whoa, because they're used to you. So we have to make sure that we are letting the clients know as well. And I think a 30-minute session is really, really good. If not, you can also do group sessions and have them to come in and you do a small group session, a workshop with them. And that will let them know if you are the right life coach for them, and also let you know if that's the right client for you. And it's okay to say, I am not the right person for you. It's okay.
It is.
That. Because, it may end up being a strain for you, become a stress for you as a life coach, and also become stressful for the next person. And you need to make sure you know where to cut it off at. If it starts to go into, counseling, then it's like, okay, I have to stop it here. I'm going to find you a licensed counselor that can help you in this subject, because what you don't want to do is to just turn up someone's life upside down because you are actually becoming a mental health counselor or just a counselor and you're not licensed. Would you say that's correct?
That is correct, because you can be held liable. Even if you don't have your license, you could be reported and not ever get your license.
Right.
Or even if you do have your license, you can be reprimanded by the board from whatever state you do practice in.
So as a life coach, it's best to also have insurance, liability insurance, have some waivers that you have them sign, and make sure that you have everything in. And it's okay to get a lawyer to read your contract to make sure everything in your contract needs to be there, just to make sure that you covered, make sure that you have the right insurance, and also making sure that the client reads it and you can go over it with that client. Now, question for life coaching versus counseling: does HIPAA is HIPAA are we bound by HIPAA laws as a life coach?
I do, because we're talking about somebody's mental health a lot. So I use the Privacy Act and I let my clients know, if you are going to be in any harm to yourself or others, I'm a mandated reporter regardless. I'm a social worker. I have to report it. And they know that coming in, and they understand that, because my first and foremost is I want them to be safe and well.
That's good. Right. So when we talking about free sessions, what about making a program package? Have you done that, or have you?
I have.
Tell us a little bit about your program package.
Well, I had the pleasure of speaking at one of your events, and everybody at your event received 1 month session for a whole year, which was for an hour, which an hour session for me is $100. So they got $1,200 worth of free sessions.
Wow.
And that's really nothing, because people use their healthcare benefits with their insurance, and their copay is like $100. But then when they see it on my website, oh, that's a lot. Well, go to your insurance company and see how much it's going to be. That's going to be your copay.
Right. And that was our community baby shower, where we had the mothers come in, and we just gave them a lot of materials to get them started. And you was able to help them, because there was some young ladies there who really, really needed it. Just talking to them afterwards, calling them afterwards, we find out that they really need some help. And so I think that was really well. Are there any other program packages that, you can suggest to market the life coaching?
Yes. Connect with like a lot of the universities in your area, schools, Department of Social Services, any of those entities, like the homeless shelter, because they don't necessarily, they may have a social worker to come in sometimes, maybe not all the time. Social workers are in high demand. Social workers have been burnt out. They just don't want to, deal with a lot of things. So connecting with different organizations, different nonprofits that target certain populations, and that dynamics, just providing yourself. Sometimes you have to do free things in order to get exposure, but then don't do so many that you start to feel like you're getting taken advantage of.
Right.
You have to set boundaries at some point.
So how do you make yourself a little different? How you differentiate yourself from other competitors?
Okay, so I have non-traditional business hours. Most coaches or therapists, they're like 9 to 5. I am after 5 o'clock up until 11 o'clock, Monday through Friday.
Wow.
And I make myself available all day on Saturday up until 11 o'clock, and Sunday after like 3 o'clock. So they have appointment times where they can reach me. Or if they're in a crisis situation, they have a number that they can reach me at. Wow. Do the life coach have a life coach? Well, they say a therapist need a therapist. But that goes on. Like, I have to be mindful if I get a client or whatever. They may have had a trauma that I may have experienced personally, or I know to take on that countertransference, that I start like absorbing all of that. Yeah. But then that's where that other coaching piece comes in as self-care. You got to get self-care in. Yeah. And this is Self-Care Awareness Month. Right. So you have to get that. You have to get self-care in, whether it could be a 3-minute or 5-minute mindfulness meditation that's available on YouTube. Even when I'm in my professional setting, Like if I do a group or if I see a patient do an intake, I'll come back to my office and I will do a mindfulness exercise so I can decompress, because sometimes it is heavy. My work
Right.
day is heavy.
Well, I also, for myself, what I'm doing for my own life coach business is looking at other ways that instead of just talking and doing a workbook, looking at other ways that we can help, especially in our community. And so I became a certified yoga instructor and also social and emotional learning trainer as well. And so just being able to do yoga, because you don't hear about many African-American yoga instructors. And of course, being from the church background, yoga was almost shunned upon until I actually learned what it was about. So just even bringing in meditation, yoga, before we talk, let's just calm everything down. Let's breathe. Let's try to get everything out, having different themes each week, whether it be gratitude for life, gratitude for yourself, gratitude for someone else, having a gratitude journal. I'm currently writing a book now called Self-Love, 31 Days to Self-Love. And so just learning how to love yourself, finding gratitude for yourself as well. And so those are the type of things I think that can also set us apart. Just being able to find different things that we can do to enhance our life coaching business. Even prayer, having them sing before you go, having like a worship service or whatsoever, just a small worship service, just to kind of decompress some things. Even if it's no more than just writing in a journal the first 5 minutes or the first 10 minutes, just write everything you want to write down, get it all out, and then let's talk. I think that's the other ways that you can just kind of set yourself apart from other life coaches. So always look for ways that you can enhance your business, certifications. Some of them are free, some of them are cheap. It doesn't matter. You don't have to go to school and pay $30,000 for a life coaching business. I was looking at becoming a life coach master's by going to a master's program. But I said, well, why spend that? I'm already in debt already with school. So to add more when I can get a certification cheaper than that. So, and also, just attending different workshops and other events, how does that enhance your business as a marketer for your life coaching business?
You always go in to learn something when you do workshops. Take notes. You can not steal someone else's information, but you can create it and cultivate it in your own. Put your own twist on it. I give my clients homework. I give them homework and they have to come back and we have to discuss their homework, and then we'll talk about their new issues. And it's not a lot, but if they're paying me, I need it to be worth what they're paying me. They need to be able to get something out of it. They don't need to hear me talk, and I'm going to listen the majority of the time, but I do need to give them feedback because that's what they came to you for.
And also look for what's needed. We always talk about research. It's some things out there or some areas in people's life that someone has not touched yet. We don't think about life coaching for teens. That's one of my specialties, is just working with our children to make sure, because I'm in education, I see a lot of the things that's lacking. So for me, working with the children and opening their minds up, I did a workshop on how to start a business. And then after they start their business and worked on the different aspects of their business, then we did a pop-up shop for these kids. They was able to sell their products, and all of the strategies that I taught them about starting their business, they used, and they made money and they loved it. And now some of them are doing really good things with their business. That's one of the things that I haven't seen much of, at least on my end. I haven't seen much of. And so, we don't want to always, everyone is not college bound. Some kids can start a business and still make money. And so why not, again, I also tell them to make sure that you take your niche and turn it into a paycheck. That's one of the workshops that I teach. Take your niche and turn it into a paycheck. Take your passion and turn it into a paycheck. Anything you do, you can turn that into a paycheck. And so when we talk about social media, how do you use social media for marketing your life coach? And let me just say, even though we're talking about life coaching, these strategies that we're talking about can be for any business. It's not just life coaching. It could be for any business. So how do you use social media to just establish a strong presence?
branding is very essential to your business, especially when you're a small business owner. You have to engage in your content. Like, it's been plenty of times I've been up in the middle of my bed in the middle of the night getting an idea and going and making a quick flyer. Because I deal with mental health, connecting with NAMI and the American Suicide Prevention, all of those, they have multiple like social media campaigns that you can still use and put it on your page and put it on your platform. So I have Instagram as well as Facebook. My Instagram, whatever I post on Instagram, it just goes to my Facebook.
Yeah.
I put things on Twitter, not as much, but I need to start back engaging in Twitter. And I put a lot of things on LinkedIn as well.
I have not yet decided to do TikTok. Everyone keep talking about TikTok. I feel like by the time I get on TikTok and learn how to use TikTok, it'll be another social media platform that I have to learn. So I'm like, I'm already on like social media out, but I know that's one of the biggest things right now is TikTok. And so I have to figure out how to learn TikTok. And, for me, just being able to one of the things I'm trying to learn how to do is the workshops that I do, like the workshops in Liberia that I do, figuring out how I can splice them and put them on my social media page because the content is already out there. Just trying to figure out how to splice them and just put them on maybe week to week instead of weekly instead of monthly. And I'm using Reels more often, and I've been seeing that a lot of people been following me just based on my Reels. So I'm trying to learn how to use that because sometimes I just feel like I'm on my phone 24/7, and I'm trying to cut that out. But at the same time, that's my business as well. So, yeah, social media is one of the things I'm really trying to do. I've learned how to make my own videos. So just taking some of the pictures that I have taken at different events and just making pictures. And using those pictures to make a video, like a slideshow with music, and put those on my social media page as well. And it, like you said, it's also good to make sure that your social medias actually are linked, because you can put it on Instagram, like you said, and it can go to your Twitter or it can go to your Facebook, and you also can send it to LinkedIn, and it's all uniformed as well. So that's great. So when you talk about branding, how do you have that clear identity? Like, how would I know what your life coaching is all about when you talk about branding?
I have a specific logo for my branding. So when people see that logo, they know it's me. But when I'm out in the community, I have signs for my car with the number, the website, how to get in contact with me. I have business cards. I have flyers. When I do events, I have signage. Your branding is going to be your key. Even the apparel that I wear when I'm out speaking, I make sure I got on a polo or a sweater or something with my business name on it that people will recognize me. They might not know my name. They're going to be like, oh, she's a life coach and this is her business. So always keep something. You could just do little cheap things, like pens, notepads, things that people will use, because during the height of COVID, I had gotten some hand sanitizers with my logo on it. So those went over really, really well. I was literally in the signs on my car really is a big hit. I was literally at a stoplight talking to my mother, and this gentleman kept looking at my car, and I was like, well, maybe he knows me. I was literally getting a phone call, and I was like, well, somebody calling me. And I answered the phone. He was like, I'm the man beside you, and I need you to help me. What can you do? Like, just that simple.
Wow. So I just decided to create, because again, I create a lot of my own advertisement. So I just created my own banner and finally paid for my banner. I created that. And so I just decided, for me, a lot of things that I can do, I just have so many talents. A lot of things I can do instead of paying someone else to do it, I can do it myself. And even just my website, some people ask who done my website. I'm like, I did it. I mean, but it's hard to try to put it
Mhm.
together. And you know, me, I'm just like, okay, I go over something about 5 or 10 times before I'm like, okay, Marge, this is gonna be it. Even with my own, and I use on my flyers and also on my banner, I use pictures from events that I've done instead of, you know, a lot of times we go on and we get pictures off of, you know, what is it, Yahoo and
Mhm.
Google, and we put those pictures. But a lot of times people want to see what you have done. So I have like, you know, my picture of when we adopted a highway in Virginia, and I have Ladies Equality. I have that picture. I have the picture of the baby shower. I have the picture where I have helped Millamont College. And so it also shows that I partner with other organizations as well. And so those are the things that people would like to see, not just pictures that you just pull off the internet. And so that's another good way of branding yourself as well. And I would also say with my flyers, sometimes we can end up putting too much stuff, and it just becomes so bogged that I don't want to read it. We have to take into account also people who may have vision issues. So your coloring for your flyers and also your packages makes a difference as well. So what about when we create cross-industry partnerships? How do you create partnerships? I know we partner, Marginal Foundation, we focus to redefine. We also partner, but how do you partner with other organizations?
Just by my social media engagement. I said that I was going to do a back to school drive, and then someone from my hometown connected with me and saw that I was doing a back to school drive, and they was like, would you be willing to partner with us? And I was like, sure. I'm never going to forget where I come from.
Right.
And so we just did our second one earlier this year before school started with them. So we're going to try to do it every year with them as long as I have the ability and the capability to do so. And we've met like other people to partner with. Even if I'm not physically there, I will donate something from my business to help assist in aiding for a good cause. And then gonna revert back to social media. When I'm at an event, I want people, you're just not going to see a flyer and saying I'm doing something. You're going to actually see me doing my work. You're going to actually see me out in the community because that makes a difference versus people actually seeing you and seeing something that you do. I give away school supplies. No, don't nobody have to give me anything. I purchase them. You know, I package them up. I give them away. I've been on college campuses. I've spoken for different organizations on my undergrad, went back and did facilitated different things. It's all about giving back, that word of mouth. And that's just what helps, I think, and it helps the community. If someone sees you active and see you actively engage and you're willing to help others, you're gonna get feedback. You're gonna get saying, hey, what does your calendar look like? Can you come and speak? Because if I know ahead of time, I'm gonna maneuver my professional work schedule,
right,
and be there for that organization or that individual.
And not only that, you know, when we see a lot of workshops, make sure you have something in the swag bag. You know, there's people who actually, if you can't be a vendor, you could be a swag bag vendor. You know, they may charge $25 for you to put something in their swag bag. And even if the person doesn't call you, they're going to look at the card eventually and then may come back later and say, wait a minute, I remember, you know, maybe again, you may offer 30-minute free session or an hour free session of life coaching. You put that in the swag bag. You're not even at the event, but someone pulls out that, you know, that voucher or certificate and say, oh, okay, life coaching. Let me see what this is about. 30 minutes. I'll check it out and see what it is. Anything that's free, you know, someone is going to use it possibly. And that's another way for you to get clients. One of the things that I've done was last week, I had went to a health conference in Minnesota. And I was just walking around. It was for my other organization, National Council of Negro Women, and we was doing Good Health Win, and just fighting against COVID. So while I was there, they had St. Jude was there. And so they talked about becoming a partner with St. Jude. And I asked them, well, how do you do that? And they said, well, just fill out this information. St. Jude will put your logo and your information there. So when they scroll down, they can click on their logo and they go to your Facebook page. Go to your website. And then we will put things on your website as well to fight, they was doing HPV at that time. And so I said, okay. So I filled it out. And so eventually I will now become a partner of St. Jude. So when you go to the St. Jude website, you'll see my logo, Margie McLean Foundation. They click, they can go to my website. And then so from there, for me as a life coach, and also as a nonprofit organization, why not put them on there? Because more and more people will see them. Also, even on my website, just making sure that I have a list of partners on there and make sure I do the same thing for them. Hey, become a partner with me. And I just thought about it, just become a partner with me. So when they go to your website, go to my website, they click on it, they see Refocus to Redefine it. Well, let me click on this and see what it's about. And boom, they go to your page. And now it's a possibility you have another client. So it's okay to be able to intertwine our businesses as well. And so how do you list yourself on online and directory?
How do I list? I list myself by my business, pretty much. I'm actually a part of an upcoming app. It's Divine Connections. And I'm in their monthly magazine ads. And then on the app, every entity that I cover, like mental health, ministry, suicide prevention, every possible way I can be on the app 3 different times.
Right.
So if someone is looking for something, they'll be able to click and they'll be able to find me or see me. So engaging in that, being an editor of a wellness magazine for the mental health piece, engaging with that, just connecting with different people to just share networking ideas, getting on their directory. My bishop is always saying that's my little social worker. So if anybody is in need, he directs them to me, and I may not even be in their city or their state, but I can connect with other social workers to get them their resources they need.
Okay. All right. So also just a last thing, if you could give anyone just a tip on best practices for becoming a life coach, what would you say?
My dad used to say, once you get that piece of paper, no one can ever take it from you.
Wow.
Get your certification.
Yeah.
If you need to contact me afterwards, I can give you a link where you can get certified in life coach.
Well, tell us I
don't do it, but I can get you the link.
Well, tell us how we can contact you.
You can reach me at refocus2redefine@gmail.com.
And you can reach me also on Margie McLean Foundation at gmail.com. And you can also reach me at www.margiemclean.org and find me on Facebook and Instagram. Thank you.
Well, ladies, that was fantastic. That was a lot of information. I like the things that you talked about, Sabrina, especially when it came to life coaching, the difference between being a counselor. So if they have your information, and once again, thank you so much. And as our sponsor would say, genius is coming, and I'll see you later.
See you on the other side.
All right.
You.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Now it's time to get back to what this is all about. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. And also be sure to say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. Please don't hesitate. And we want to also thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September of this year. First, we have the Atlantic Insurance Group, Creative Force Studios, First Financial Securities, NC 100, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier, Development Council, The Breathing Experience, Marjorie McLean Foundation, Work the Thing Supplements, Live Shackle Free, Nubian Media, Black House Media Group, 5-Star BDM LLC, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Carthon Consulting Group, Lotus Ritchie Ignites, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Career Communications, STEM City USA, Artistic App Design, I Define TV, Lee Entertainment, Genius is Common, and Black Business Expo USA. And everybody, once again, as our sponsor would say, Genius is Common. And I will see you on the other side.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview-style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hompton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, host of the Successful Women Show, which airs every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our mission is to help women accelerate the path to success. Women in the workplace, women in business, and women who aspire to become business owners, live their dreams, and reach their goals. So join us Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
A 10-year-old founder of a company. Meet Carter, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey, it's Fran Harris, founder of Electra Sports Beverages. So excited that you are joining me right now for this live broadcast where I am finally launching my sports beverage. Now, Electra is a better for you functional beverage company that other things will come after in a few years. But right now we are launching one of the best, better for you, in fact, best for you sports drinks on the planet. Now, a lot of people will say, why would you start a beverage company when you've got other competitors, huge competitors in the marketplace in this space? Well, it's a $23 billion industry. Sports drinks, $23 billion opportunity. That means there's room to play. The reality is, if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. So I'm very proud of Electra. Very proud of what Electra stands for. I'm very proud of this nutritional panel back here because we didn't miss a beat. We knew that consumers were looking for better taste, higher functionality, lower sugar, fewer calories. We knew that. And I am so proud of what we have put in this bottle. It's something that you can give your kids. It's something that you can drink yourself, whether you're an elite athlete or an everyday hustler. We put some great stuff in this bottle, and I want to invite you to join me on this journey for this big online launch party. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room to play. I'm going to get in where I fit in. I'm going to find my niche and make sure that we develop and produce products that are absolutely amazing that our customers want. So I wanted to introduce you to Electra here. So we got 3 flavors. You've got Passion Punch, you got Oh Yeah Orange, and you got Liddy Lemonade. And so whatever your pleasure is, if you like the punch taste, if you like the orange taste, if you like the Liddy Lemonade, then you can have your pleasure, all right? But I want you to get in on this because we're doing something special with Electra right now. We're launching it first time out of the gate. That means that you can get it right now at a very special price if you participate in my Indiegogo campaign. Now let's talk about what an Indiegogo campaign is. This is not a fundraiser. This is an opportunity to generate some buzz and some fun around the launch of a brand new product. And you get the opportunity to get things like t-shirts, come to some private events. It's an opportunity for you to be a part of something bigger than all of us, right? Imagine if you had been there when that other sports drink had started 50 years ago. Imagine what it would have felt like to be a part of what you knew was going to be history. That's what I'm offering you the opportunity to do right now, is to be a part of Electra's launch to the public. Now, Electra will be available online, so you'll be able to go to our website and our store and buy Electra, but you won't be able to get access to some of the prizes that you're going to get access to by participating in this campaign. And there are many, many levels that you can get involved in. You can get involved at a very low level where you just want to be a supporter. You can get involved at a different level where you get a t-shirt and a cap. You can get involved in a different level where you can come to a VIP event with me, hang out with me and my team. Either way, get in where you fit in and just become a part of this historic launch. There should be a button on this page right now. All you need to do, click that button, and then you can learn all about the different ways that you can be involved in this particular launch campaign. All right, click the button right now. I appreciate your support so much, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Nicole Maxwell. I'm the CEO of Black Multiverse Enterprises, the owner of Technical Consulting, and the founder of the Blackverse Metaverse community. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the U.S. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is very close to my heart, Ira Revels. Ira Revels is a strategic management consultant specializing in blockchain technology with over 20 years of experience in art, tech, social impact, and digitization. Ira completed her consulting courses at Cornell University Johnson School of Management under the leadership of a McKinsey consulting principal. As a private advisor, she currently supports institutional and individual clients with their business development, impact investing, and digital transformation goals. I present to you Ira Revels.
Hey, how's it going, Nicole?
Hey, Ira. I'm so happy, just delighted to see you. How are you?
I'm doing great. You know, this is a truly amazing day. I'm constantly enjoying everything that's happening in the world in terms of development and growth and business and startups and tech. There's just so much to do.
Well, you know what? We're going to let you do what you do. And you know what they say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
So today I'm going to be talking about how to increase Black representation in tech. And I think it's definitely a topic that a lot of people ask, you know, how can we accomplish the goal of bringing in more Black people to this conversation and creating more, you know, software developers, members of the tech community who understand blockchain development and e-commerce. There's so much opportunity in these spaces. And so today my talk is certainly going to focus on how to increase Black representation in tech. And I simply wanted to start by giving you sort of overview of how I'd like to structure this. I can call it a response, if you will. And so the first question is, you know, why do we want to increase Black representation in tech? Why is this necessary? And what's the purpose of doing this? The second thing I really want to get into are some of the challenges, or we might call them problems or issues, involved in actually accomplishing the goal of increasing Black representation in tech. The third opportunity I think that I can help you understand is literally what are the opportunities involved in Black representation in tech, and what are the opportunities among tech companies, as well as investors, and as well as individuals like you and me, business owners, if you will, and other folks who are in the community. And then the final thing I wanted to remind you is, you know, how. So answering the question of how do we actually accomplish the increase of Black representation in tech. And so this is how I wanted to start the conversation. And so the first thing I want to touch upon are a few numbers that you need to be aware of. Currently, there is $1.6 trillion in spending amongst Black Americans. So in the US, I'm just going to repeat that, $1.6 trillion in Black spending. And so this is one reason why we want to increase representation among Black people in technology, because we are literally spending money in not only products, We're consuming a variety of products and services, and we're constantly spending money in these places. And so, in order to actually see that money come back into our communities, we need to be able to be a part of the solution in creating the businesses that get that kind of money. The second thing is there's 3.7% of Black people in technical roles. And I think that, part of the challenge with that is despite having 13% of the labor force, literally Black people only make up about roughly barely 4% of the technical workforce. And so this is another reason why we want to increase Black representation in tech, because we want to be able to increase the amount of people who are able to provide the types of insights, perspectives, knowledge, experience, and obviously we all have value to offer. And I think it's just very important that we are representative of the people who make the technology, the products, the actual services that are powered heavily by technology and software, and some of these things that we're not only taking advantage of, but being severely impacted by. Everything that we do today is driven by technology. And I think that one of the most important things that we can keep in mind is that we need to be a part of the solution in coming up with some of the technology that we're all taking advantage of every day. I just wanted to point out that Google did the very first report that discusses Black representation in tech, particularly at their company. This report was written, I believe, in 2014. And so what Google was exploring is actually how many people are making up the racial and gender tech gap or breakdown in its workforce among technology coders, among developers, and a variety of positions within their company. And so at that point, 1.9% of their workforce was comprised of Black and brown people, and as well women in technology. However, today in 2022, only 4.4% of their workforce is comprised of people of color, particularly Black people and women and other minorities in the tech industry and working at Google. And so this is something that I think these are reasons why we want to be able to increase Black representation in technology, because we need to be able to not only represent the people at some of the largest firms where software is being created, decisions are being made about what we see, what we're influenced by, how we shop, what we shop for, and a variety of other factors. But we also want to be able to be knowledgeable about what is possible, right? And so these are just some of the reasons why Black representation, in my opinion, in technology is extremely important, especially right now in 2022. And so I said that I wanted to go into some of the problems or issues or challenges with increasing Black representation in tech. And there are at least 4 that are often referred to and are incredibly, they're talked about a lot. And these are things that it's not necessarily things that we don't know, but these are certainly things to keep in mind. And one of those things is the sort of barriers to career growth that many Black people find themselves experiencing when they're working for large tech firms and when they're working in these software companies, for example. Hitting the glass ceiling is a very important issue, particularly when you find yourself an incredibly bright person working in a large tech firm, or medium or small tech firm, and you simply want to be able to climb that corporate ladder or climb that small business ladder, and you want to be able to be recognized on your merit and as well on your knowledge and capability and willing to put the work in. And so I think finding yourself in situations where the barrier to career growth is an issue often means that Black folks are actually leaving tech jobs and looking for other jobs, and perhaps leaving companies once they hit that glass ceiling and find themselves in a position where they realize they can't go any further. The second thing I would say is, when you think about, what's important as Black people as we're looking at opportunities in tech, is actually mentorship, seeing people who look like us, being able to grow with companies and being able to find people within those companies and organizations who will sort of take us under their wing and mentor us, but also being able to look at different levels of a company and see ourselves at those levels of different companies and say, I see myself in this position as a VP because I see someone who looks like me in those positions. And those are the types of things that I think make a big difference when a person is considering, do I want to work for a firm where I may be the only person who's having to deal with microaggressions or a variety of other factors that will heavily influence not only my mental health, but also my ability to truly flourish in the job that I'm being hired to produce for this company, the work that I'm being hired to produce for this company. The third thing that I would say prior to getting to the opportunities are finding ourselves in perpetual financial constraints, which means that we may not be learning the things that we need to learn, whether I'm talking about us going into college and university, looking at certificate programs, looking at opportunities that may exist to accelerate our learning. It's hard when you have to actually, and I've been in this role, in this position myself, where you have to work, care for elder family members and provide elder care, but also be in a position where you may have to raise children. And so it's very much a challenge when you are finding yourself confronted by a variety of factors that impact your ability to do your work, but not just that, impact your ability to thrive and improve yourself, especially now, because I just want to mention that I just learned a couple of days ago that food prices, which are increasingly getting higher and higher due to inflation, have not risen in 43 years. And it's like, wow, food prices haven't risen in 43 years, grocery prices. And so you think about that right now, many people who are underrepresented are affected and severely impacted by the ability to actually provide for themselves and their families. And they're required to go out and look for jobs, and they're required to do work that may have them doing shifts and those types of things. It just makes it really difficult for those folks to imagine putting themselves in a 10-week program, for example, that might allow them to earn money, right, while they learn. So earn to learn programs. So those might be great opportunities, but also imagining doing that type of learning while you're also trying to get a salary is an incredibly difficult proposition for many people. I think, so lack of STEM education would probably be the last thing that I mentioned. Being able to access STEM education, perhaps lack of STEM education in schools and not having access to that, it's quite a challenge in some of the urban schools that are around the country, where some schools don't have libraries. And despite what Kanye says about not needing to read, you don't know if you saw the latest tweet, about him saying, reading is not something that is what he enjoys doing, even though he now has a Christian school. But at the end of the day, being able to read, being able to understand and comprehend and have critical thinking is extremely important. And whether you're actually reading or seeing people on types of programs like the Black Business Olympics, where you can actually experience Black business leaders talking about these types of issues, reading is fundamental, and it will always be a fundamental skill that I believe we need to have. And so not only that, but being able to comprehend what you're actually creating. Media literacy is important as well. And so being able to couple these types of critical thinking skills with tech skills, science, technology, engineering, and math skills are extremely important to have. And if we're going to create Black excellence and we're going to demand that, this is certainly something that we will want to demand from our youth and our schools, and STEM education is extremely important. I think the next thing I wanted to discuss are, here is why we're actually needing Black representation in tech. And then, of course, some of the challenges that we face with getting these things accomplished. I also want to be clear, there are major opportunities right now to increase Black representation in tech. And so I had to sort of think about this a little bit when, in fact, I considered that, when we think about the diaspora, Black representation in tech in particular, the opportunities that exist for tech genius as we're actually observing it in Africa are things that we're not even, I think a lot of times when we're thinking about the United States and Black representation in tech, we're not considering for, the fact right now that Africa has emerged as a hotspot for outsourcing tech jobs. And this is actually in the last maybe 1 or 2 years, Africa really, especially since COVID, has emerged as the place where young Africans are creating software, are creating tech companies, are learning how to code, and are doing this at incredible rates. I did want to also point out that in the United States right now, first generation West Africans and a number of young people, these are 30, 35 and under, are actually emerging as the number one Black representation in this country and running a lot of the tech companies that are companies that have emerged out of the United States. And so please do be aware there is actually Black representation in tech, and it's increasing to points that we haven't seen ever. I did want to point out that Africa, on the continent, 70% of the people are 30 and under. And so when you take that into consideration, 70% of the people, right, are 30 and under. When you take that in consideration, I repeated that because you must understand that the numbers of young Africans who are also working in the tech sector, who are increasingly building companies, building startups, and building software development companies who are tech gig workers is actually incredible and increasing more and more. The growth of the number of African tech workers is actually 7% faster than China over the next 20 years. And so if you consider this, that means that Africans in Black representation in tech will increase, as I mentioned, 7% over the next 20 years, overtaking that of China. And so you're thinking about populous places. We have the continent of Africa and the diaspora being represented in technology faster than one of the largest competitive nations or competitive continents of people. So, what I think in my prediction is that probably in the next 30 years, there will be a brain drain among Black people and among the members of the diaspora, and we will literally begin to take over technology and the tech sector. Okay. You know, what are some of the opportunities, as I mentioned? And I think one of them, a huge opportunity, especially in the United States, if we want to increase Black student representation and general Black representation in technology within this country among African Americans, I think that we will need to begin heavy collaborations among African tech workers. And I think that having African Americans and African tech workers begin to collaborate and work together, not only taking advantage of jobs that are available and that are being created by members of the diaspora and by African tech workers, I think will be crucial. And so, you know, we talk about investment, we talk about wanting to increase the actual representation of our people in this field. We certainly need to be working together to actually take not only our skills and our knowledge and put those things together with people who look like us, who are also highly skilled in technology and also have an interest in these subjects, and work together. Like, these are things that I think are just it's not even a question. Collaboration is critical. I was going to say that another thing that I'm involved in is developing an AI grant software and fundraising software right now. And what I know is that there are trillions of dollars in grant funding that's out there for small businesses and contracts. And so opportunity-wise, right now is definitely an opportunity. Not only trillions, but certainly right now, there are billions of dollars that are still sitting in the federal government, looking for contractors to actually take on these jobs and take on these roles and provide services and products. And so if you have a small business and you're a person of color, certainly right now is the opportunity. There's an opportunity for you to not only get funding from the government, but also there's opportunity in funding from private organizations and foundations, corporate foundations, and as well smaller community foundations. And so states definitely have funding available. And I think that, where there's an opportunity is in looking at contracting. Another thing is, the small business development and investment. These are opportunities to increase Black representation in tech. Angel investors, as well as other investors, loans, banks. Listen, you guys need to know we're out here. And certainly the folks who are working, whether your company provides a tech solution, your software development, or you're doing retail and e-commerce, these are huge industries for us right now. And I think that the software is finally caught up, particularly if you're a person like myself who's over 45 and you're trying to figure out, I want to actually move into different jobs, or I want to, you might have to find an interest or need in doing something different. Now is the time. Now is the time, if you've had a side gig or a side hustle, to turn that into literally a software development company. Build software, because that is one way how we can actually increase our representation in tech. I think the final thing I'll say is, as I've gotten into some of these hows, I've got some incredible ideas that I think that many people, just grab a pen, because I'm about to tell you a couple ways that you can actually accomplish increase of Black representation in tech. I think youth-driven entrepreneurship is going to be, if not currently, one of the incredible ways that we can actually not only meet youth where they are, but also help youth develop their own businesses. And so I would say things such as boot camps, accelerators, solution-based projects and product design, gaming leagues. We know that the gaming industry is a huge industry worth trillions by 2025. And as well, youth-driven philanthropy are areas that I think are going to be incredible for us to consider ways in which we would increase Black representation in technology. Right now, no code startups, and especially looking at folks who are over 40, people who have necessarily been out of the schools and such, but certainly have ideas and products that they would like to be able to launch. I definitely think that looking at an older population and being able to access those types of folks, folks like myself, and giving us opportunities to look back and look at the trends that have occurred over the last 40 years or 30 years and be able to come up with incredible solutions for products and for startup companies. I think that that's a great opportunity that is often missed. Beyond that, I will say that, right now, because the labor market is, there's a shortage and continues to be a shortage, especially after 2020 and COVID. We certainly need to increase the number of businesses that are out there and a number of jobs that are available. And so one way I think, the easiest way to do that is by bringing people in and giving them the opportunity to create their businesses. And we've got to be able to do that from, the youngest to perhaps the most senior person. The next thing I'll say, and I guess this will be, the final thing I'll say as a solution, we need meetups. We need opportunities for folks to talk to each other. I was working with Black Tech Futures Media, held probably the largest meetup for blockchain. We had a Blockchain Sundays event from November through April of 2021 and 2022. And we certainly just focused on bringing primarily Black freelancers, creators, and people who are interested in blockchain technology and curious about how blockchain technology works, curious about cryptocurrency and some of these topics. But we actually brought them together every week on a Sunday, and it was called Blockchain Sundays. And so bringing people together to talk and be with one another and come up with ways that they can actually ideate together, describe their projects, discuss what they're doing, and giving them an outlet where they can meet other people. This is a great way to increase Black representation in tech. And I was pleasantly surprised at the number of people. The youngest person who participated in our meetup was, I believe, I want to say 13. And the most senior person was 80 actually. And so we saw a variety of people who had a variety of experience and who simply wanted to understand and share information about what they do and what they were interested in, as well as learn about blockchain technology. And so that's a great opportunity, I think. It's often missed to bring people, a variety of ages together like that to talk about technology. The other thing I think we need to give, the states need to give more funding opportunities to organizations that are going to create pitch competitions. And we need to be able to bring more Black people to these pitch competitions and business accelerators to teach them how to actually talk about their projects, talk about their businesses, and compete for funding. And, competing for funding also is one thing, but you do want to make sure that your company, that your idea is a viable one. And so being able to put a person in a room, teach them how to develop a pitch deck, and teach them how to deliver a pitch is incredibly important. And I think that we'll see more and more of those opportunities arise as time goes on. Finally, use of grants and giving people the opportunity to not only learn about grant writing or what is required in order to submit a grant proposal is necessary. It's something that I do. And it's something that I do for my new company, Graham AI. And the idea is simply being able to simplify the grant writing process. These are necessary opportunities and they're necessary activities because, like I mentioned before, there's billions of dollars worth of grants that are available across a variety of sectors, particularly as we're talking about climate, we're talking about biotech, we're talking about agriculture. There are literally billions of dollars in government contracts right now that are currently available. And it's almost as if we can't, make the opportunities fast enough. The government can't get the opportunities and the RFPs out there fast enough. And then the businesses can't simply apply and get their RFPs in fast enough in order to get the funding to do the work that's necessary. And so investing in small businesses is another great opportunity. And as they're Black-owned businesses, I think we need to invest in them. We know that companies like Calendly, Blavity, a number of ag tech startups and software companies. I'll mention, I think it's Calencium is a cannabis startup that's actually doing an amazing job, is emerging as one of the top tech startups out there. And there are a number of other products that are out there. And so, I simply think that we need to really focus on how to educate and as well how to include. And including people, I think, boils down to understanding what are some of the barriers for Black-owned businesses and for Black people in general, no matter what the age range is. And I think that's often an opportunity that is missed, as I mentioned before, that we're not only focused on young people or children or people who are job ready, people who are of work age, but certainly people who are capable of coming up with ideas and being able to get those products as ideas to market. We need to teach people how to do that. I think a lot of Black people who want to work in tech or who want to be represented in these spaces simply don't know. And, it's okay. I think that, something that I do, I teach, I educate, and I think particularly keeping people informed about what's happening and coming down the road in terms, especially of blockchain technology and the opportunities there. We need to be able to continue to do that. We need more Black people, as we are the number one group of people, Black people, Latino people, interesting Asian people, indigenous people. We're the number one people who are actually investing in cryptocurrency. And I think we are probably, the least group that actually understands it. We see it as an opportunity to make potentially quick investments, quick turnovers, but we are not educated enough in the financial markets, in trade, in investing. And I think that, that's a real opportunity and potentially a missed opportunity, particularly as we need to increase financial literacy. And any talk that I give, I always go back to the reality of needing to increase financial literacy, because these are the things that are necessary for us as business owners, right? Profit and loss, balance sheets. These are the things that investors are looking at when they're considering whether or not our company is going to make it to a pre-seed round. Forget going any further than that. But we need to be able to speak to, discuss, describe what we do, and as well why our solution is actually going to be a better solution to a problem. And like I said, I don't care if we're looking at grants and we're looking at how we're going to get a contract from a government agency, how we're going to take advantage of billions of dollars that's still sitting in potentially places where the government needs the work done. Not only that, but considering the Inflation Reduction Act. Side note, I'm excited about that because, of course, my first name is Ira. So the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, certainly is an opportunity where there's trillions of dollars that will be you know, will be put into contracts and will be shared, and folks will be asked to step up to the plate. Businesses will be asked, you know, can you deliver? Can you solve this problem? And I think that there are a number of opportunities that we as Black people need to take advantage of. But certainly being able to collaborate, as I mentioned before, is going to be necessary.
Wow, Ira, thank you so much. Wow. You know, collaboration is necessary. You touched on so many different things, from Black in technology to how we can make change and how we can make waves and how we can support the government in actually diversifying the vision and the ideals and the perception that's out there. Is there any one thing that, you know, someone can do right now to tap in and help change the perception of Blacks in technology? Like you went through quite a few, but just one thing that someone might be able to do today.
I think that one thing that might be useful is to become aware of the Black-owned businesses that exist. And the really awesome thing is that there's a number of apps that are out there. As a matter of fact, I just downloaded one. I think it was yesterday. It's called BLAP. And it basically allows you to look for Black-owned businesses. It's location-based. And so BLAP, if you just download it from the App Store, I was able to find Black-owned businesses for a variety of services and products right here in Hartford. And so I think that those are places where we can find not only what's out there, but figure out ways to support what's out there.
You know, that's interesting and actually pretty outstanding. So all of us are business owners, and if we didn't know about the app BLAP, then we got to get out there and get our businesses seen too. So thank you.
BLAPP is what it's called. Yeah, BLAP.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's any number of these types of platforms. I'll just mention one more. It's called Miria, MIIRIYA. And it's basically, if you will, a products and services app that also provides access for folks who might need mutual aid to mutual aid services. So if you're a person in need, it provides that information as well. So you can kind of think of it as like an Amazon, but for Black-owned products and services.
Wow. So how do we connect these things together? So a lot of people out here, you know, we have you as an expert, so I want to dive in just a little bit to the grant piece of this.
Yeah.
So how do people get started to be eligible for a grant? What types of grants are out there?
So right now I'm creating a grant platform that uses AI to help folks not only research grant opportunities, but also you should be able to connect with a member of my team and actually write something like a letter of support or a letter of intent, if you will, as well as a short form letter or a short form narrative. And it's called GRWAAM.com, so Graham.com. And ideally, what you simply want to be able to do is identify what's out there from the government. And so I like to tell people, start with your local municipal or state government and simply just go on your city website and see what funding opportunities are available if you're a business and you want to sell services to your local municipality or your state. There are a number of innovator and accelerator offices and agencies within different states. And so that's yet another way that you can go about submitting applications. And as well, you know, if you're writing grants, you simply want to identify products that are going to help you actually find grant writers. And so OpenGrants.io is a wonderful platform if you're looking for grant opportunities. I would consider working with a startup like mine, Graham.com, GRWAAM.com. because what that platform will do is will pair you up with a professional who will walk you through verbally what that research process looks like. And you can describe what your project or your product is as a business owner. And then, for less than $1,000 and not a very long conversation, we can actually produce for you the kind of material that you're going to need in order to submit for an application. So your problem statement, your solution, what you provide, any milestones or outcomes that you might consider, KPIs, if you will, objectives and goals, so that you'd be able to actually have information ready to go for a grant submission.
Yeah, I've kind of been in this space a little bit also. So when you're thinking about grants, they exist at different levels, and I think you said that, but it's the city, the state, and then at the federal level as well.
Right.
So when you are on the other side of that, so you're doing, let's say, contracting, you're getting into contract work. We all know that the old Fed Biz Ops is gone, but now there's and so in the proposal world, there's this concept of reuse, and so you take a previously successful proposal and then reuse components of that. Is that the same with grants? Is that advisable or not advisable within the parameters of the requirements?
I think that where you're actually applying for grants, that's going to make a difference. So if it's a government grant, you're going to actually be required to provide quite a bit more information in your narrative or your submission package than would typically be perhaps even like these days. There are so many opportunities, especially if you're a Black business owner, to submit an application so that you can get funding, right? So I like to say grants is like free money. I'm able to actually try out ideas and actually fail using someone else's money. I just wrote an article about this. And so if you think about it that way, depending on what you're attempting to do, there may be anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 that's available to you from a corporate foundation, or, Ask Alice, for example, is a common one. Comcast, Verizon, all of these corporations offer these opportunities right now, if you're a Black business owner, to submit an application. That application may look like something as simple as filling out a simple form online. And so what Graham AI wants to be able to do is provide you with that sort of 500, 600 word response that allows you to then reuse the information about your company for those types of smaller grants. Now, if you're looking at something like, as I mentioned before, federal contracting or state contracting even, you're going to actually have to, have an expert like our folks at Graham AI, and you're going to have to sit down and sort of say, this is what I want to be able to start thinking about. I'm looking at ways that I can sell my services and products to the government. And so those types of grants are a bit more involved. Those types of funding opportunities want you to be able to work out quite a bit of details that you need to be able to describe, like, how are you going to solve this problem? What's your rationale? And not only that, have you solved this type of problem before? And so with that, I think that you want to be able to actually say, look, I've got a grant writer, I have a grant consultant, I have a professional who can actually walk me through what are going to be some of the tougher questions that I've got to be able to ask. And so a lot of times being able to describe your rationale, why can I solve this problem? What evidence do I have that actually demonstrates how I've solved problems like these before? These are the reasons why you have to have, these are the reasons why you need grant writers. Even though products like OpenAI allow you to consider, the world of research and funding opportunities that exist, grants that are out there, organizing that information, understanding that information, and then being able to submit a successful proposal package, right? A submission package that includes a narrative, that includes a budget, that includes background information about your business or your nonprofit, financials, being able to form relationships with the program officer, who is the person who's, the sort of gatekeeper who you need to know and talk to, because that person can actually help you understand what the funder is looking for exactly. That person can actually be right there with the funder, sometimes in the room when the decisions are being made. They don't have a vote, but they have a voice, and they can say, look, I've worked with and talked to and, discussed the work that this organization or this company does. And I'm in a good position to tell you, I believe that they are well qualified to actually fulfill the requirements of this grant. And so, organizing grants and all of the research and grant data that's out there, then being able to understand what the actual grant funder is looking for, very important. And sometimes, you can't do that on your own, so you need to hire a professional. Once again, Graham AI accomplishes this by allowing you to simply, if you want to go to a webinar, I'm going to be doing a webinar about 20 or so Black business owners in early October. If you want to schedule something like that, you can go on the platform right now at grwaam.com. That's graham.com. And you can actually do that.
Listen, Ira, you said that a couple times. Say it one more time for those in the balcony.
Of course, it's Graham. I like to joke and say it's Graham, but it's literally what it is exactly what it's spelled like. Grant Research and Award Management.com. So it's grwaam.com, graham.com.
grwaam.com.
Yeah.
All right.
Grant Research and Award Management. And ideally what I want to be able to do, it's a startup. I've been writing grants for over 25 years. And, I've automated processes in different ways. My intake process, I've automated that, but certainly being able to now look at how AI and a lot of AI content editors is for marketing and other products is being used. I see it as a real opportunity that for grants and RFPs, RFIs, RFQs, these are great places where that software development piece is definitely necessary and possible right now.
Yeah, definitely. We got to get our folks into having more opportunities with those IDIQs and stuff like that. Like that is definitely a good win. We saw over the summer a brother who pulled in $1 billion or $2 billion in funding for as a contractor. So that was amazing. But we got to have more stories like that, so it's not unique.
I want to make more of those types of people, man. I want to be one of those people myself, being able to pull it in, especially through grants and contracts. Government grants and contracts alone is an incredible opportunity. Yes. So definitely reach out to me, schedule a meeting for about 20 minutes. And anyone who has an issue or question around grants, please do graham.com.
All right. We're going to bring you back. So we're going to go to a commercial. And then we're going to come back. We're going to talk about the opposite side of this, which is the blockchain and how you can get funding for your technology that way. Yeah, and also just pick up some more on this topic because it's a good one. So we'll be right back after this message. Thank you. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase. So let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
It's time for you to start.
Hey there, welcome to Get Lit Worldwide. We are your global reach influencer marketing agency, here to help you bring your exposure back, especially during this pandemic. Get Lit Worldwide is brought to you by the Emmy Award-winning executive TV and film producer, Tommy Morgan Jr., and producing partner, Val Ortiz. So that pretty much makes us an award-winning marketing agency. With us, we only do marketing that works, using the most viral, captivating, and ROI-focused social media influencer campaign strategies for brands. So let me go ahead and tell you the truth. Businesses can no longer afford to ignore the popularity and importance of social media platforms promoting their products and services. We connect companies to our highly sought-after, exclusive influencer database across all major channels, guaranteeing authentic, memorable campaigns that yield immediate results, powered by insights, data, and creativity. Don't stay behind that 8 ball. Learn the advantages of partnering with social media influencers to showcase your brand. This is the future of authentic and people-centered marketing. Let us show you how our services will get you lit worldwide.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hompton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Hello, my name is Rochelle. I am 11 years old, and my genius is entrepreneurship, and my genius is comedy. I have been hard at work, and my genius said the age of 8 when I asked my parents to buy me an ice cream cart for my 8th birthday. Why? Because I love ice cream, and I knew that 99.9% of the world loves ice cream too. I started my business because I wanted to make my own money, give to my school's missionary, help my family, and buy my own toys. While working in my genius, I have learned a lot about business and what it takes to be successful. I quickly learned that hard work, determination, and perseverance are the standard qualities you need to succeed. However, in my 4 years as a business owner, I have learned things that you can't learn from a book, like the true meaning of customer service. Great customer service is how you sincerely say thank you to each person who spends their money with you. I have learned that there are more people praying for me to succeed than those who are not. I have learned that people are always watching and are expecting great things from me. I can't imagine letting them down. I have learned that I must lift as I rise, and that I must be my brother's keeper. I've learned that it's very important to give back to the people, the causes, and the community where I live. I have also learned that once I become a billionaire, I will be well on my way to becoming a billionaire and to changing the world by providing jobs and opportunities to others. I'm Boshell, the little icing cube, and my genius is Colin.
All right. Wow, you guys. Thank you for being here. You are here on the Black Business Olympics. And we want to just remind you that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo, this Olympics, is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is also $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank the Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September, our fall session of 2022. State Atlantic Insurance Group, Creative Force Studios, First Financial Securities, NC100, Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, The Breathing Experience, Margie McLean Foundation, Work the Thing Supplements, Live Shackle Free, Nubian Media, Black House Media Group, 5 Star BDM LLC, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Carthon Consulting Group, Lotus Richey Ignites, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Career Communications, STEM City USA, Artistic App Design, I Define TV, Lee Entertainment, Genius is Common, and of course, the Black Business Expo USA. I am Nicole Maxwell, and I am delighted to have you here with us this afternoon. We are going to now go to our next speaker, and her name is Tessa Chambers. Tessa Chambers is going to be here and interviewing here shortly, and we're going to. Hi, Tessa. How are you?
Hi, it's Teresa Chambers.
I'm sorry, Teresa. How are you?
I am wonderful, thank you.
Good. So, Teresa, tell us a little bit about you. I have here that you are a published writer, marketer, and inventor with a 30-year career allowing you to develop broad-based business skills from editing and research to project and program management and brand strategy. Tell me a little bit about how you are helping businesses and brands.
Thank you, Nicole. Actually, my company, and in doing all of the work that I've done, I actually have started a business, and it's called 10th Muse Enterprises. And I really focus on brand and content strategy, helping entrepreneurs, especially those who are Black and brown, develop their brands so that they can be effective when they show up in event spaces to get the best results. So my background is primarily business to business. And so when I think about helping individuals and companies build their brands, I think about how they can be really successful in that space of trade shows and industry events and other expos that will help them reach their target markets.
Wow, that is fantastic work that you're doing, first of all. So basically you make people look good and match what it is that they're doing. I love it, love it. So what is the number one thing that you will say that people do wrong when they are setting up their brand?
Well, for setting up their brand, I think that the most challenging aspect is to really have clarity about who they say they are and having that, and then creating a consistent message about that brand. So we always know, we think about brand, we think of a logo, and a logo is a representation of the brand, but really what's behind a brand is the story, and it is your vision and your goals and your mission, and really having clarity around the essence of your brand and your brand identity, and being able to communicate that to the world is a big challenge. And that's the greatest opportunity that anyone who's launching a brand has an opportunity to really affect.
You know, that's so true. Challenges are definitely opportunities, right? So they're opportunities to increase and improve. Let me ask you, when you're thinking about a startup or a brand new business, someone who's making a transition, let's say from being an entrepreneur into an actual full-on business owner, at what point in time do they start thinking about that brand seriously?
Well, I believe that you start thinking about your brand as soon as you make that decision to start a business. A lot of us have been working in a corporate environment, and we make that switch from going from corporate to being a CEO. And so what we're doing there is we're establishing our personal brand as the initial aspect of our business, because in the beginning, people are really buying from us. So having clarity around what that personal brand is and those values are is really important. And then as we continue to grow and scale a business, we infuse those values that we've established into a bigger brand. But brands are not static, they do evolve. And so as they evolve, then you can expand the vision, the idea of it, and then reinforce those same values and principles as the core and the essence of your brand.
So what really is a brand? Like when you nail it down, is it just one thing? Is it what are the top 5 components of a brand?
So the brand is really the perception of your company or your identity in the mind of your consumer. So think about that. So it's not something that is truly one thing. So, but your goal as the brand owner is to create consistency as much as possible with your vision of what your brand is and what the public or consumer perception of your brand is. And that requires that you have your brand values, you have your brand awareness. You understand who should be aware of your brand. You also understand where your audience is. And then you also get really clear about really the scope of your brand. And that is really, for me, like I say, I talked about being focused on business to business. And so understanding who my target market is as a business to business focused brand versus a consumer brand. So those are some of the components to consider to really ensure that your brand identity is really strong.
Okay. So this not small business, but this entrepreneur is making the leap, and they are bringing their self, their goods, their services into an actual business. Do you feel that they need to have a website? And if so, do they where does that website play in the overall brand and the domain and things like that?
Well, I think the value of the website. So the fact is that there are two things that we all own as a brand, and that is our website and our email list, right? Everybody's out there and everybody wants to be on social media channels and you put content out there, but you don't control truly how you engage across those social media platforms. So the value of the website is that you decide what goes on there. You control the content, you control visually what you convey, the message, the images, and all of the access. So that's the value of having your own website. You own that no matter what. If you could post a link on the web on a social media channel, and if the social media channel goes down, your website is still there. So you own that, and that's critical.
That's so extremely important. I am squarely in Web3. And so when we're in Web3, everything is about ownership. That email list, that website, all of that is definitely things that we're going to talk about in the future. Let me ask you from a perspective of emailing. So this is a little bit of marketing, but when it comes to branding, I'm a stickler for having your own domain and having a domain that resonates with your site, whatever that is, and that be the email that you're sending emails from. A lot of times we're seeing brand new businesses and entrepreneurs using Gmail as their site. What do you say to that?
I say that if you're growing your business, focus on the opportunities that are put in front of you. Yes, you want to have that consistency, but don't let that stop you from growing your business. Don't not send an email because it comes from Gmail, because that's where you are right now. But that is a goal. So definitely work toward that. Do it as quickly as possible, but you're in business to do business. So I'm not going to turn down somebody who's really talented because they send me an email from Gmail. Would you?
Depends on what the Gmail was. I've seen some that are special. No, not
good point.
Content of that email definitely matters as well. When you're thinking about branding and getting yourself out there, what are some different tactics that people can use to set their brands aside?
So I am a huge proponent of being a strategist, and strategic planning is so critical to having success with your brand. And so many times people go directly to the tactics as opposed to having a strategy and a plan. And as a result, people get confused about their brand, and it doesn't show up where it needs to. So what's really important, in my opinion, is that you have a strategy that really drives your planning and your tactics. So if you have a strategy in place, that's going to determine what tactics you execute on, right? So if your audience is not on Facebook, then that shouldn't be something that you do just because, quote unquote, everybody's on Facebook. If you're targeting business owners, then you probably are going to get better results on LinkedIn. But again, there's an overarching strategy that you have to have, and that goes from your messaging and getting clarity around what it is that you want to say, and then your results that you're driving to. So those are components to factor in before you actually do any tactical implementation.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, you guys, you are watching the Black Business Network, and right now we are having Sister Talk. And so we've just been joined by the wonderful Barbara H. Smith, celebrity speaker and trainer. Thank you for joining us. How are you this evening?
I am great and grateful and so happy to be here among such royalty. Queens, you are holding it down on the Black Business Network. I've been watching a little bit and listening to the branding strategy, so I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. We are very happy to have you as well. And we are just talking a little bit about brands for new businesses and for those businesses out there that might be looking to make a change. What is important and what types of tips and strategies would you give? And so I'm going to ask you, Miss Barbara, what would you say to a new entrepreneur who is getting started? What are some things that they need to know about their brand?
Absolutely. Great question, Nicole. I appreciate that. For a new entrepreneur, I would say understand that you are your brand. And so how you show up sets the stage for everything else. In other words, are you authentic? Are you trustworthy? Are you one who shows up on time? Are you the person who is always late to meetings or connections? And networking is huge when you're first starting out because no one knows who you are. And you're trying to get that trifecta. People know you, like you, trust you. And the only way you can do that is to get out of your comfort zone, get out and meet people, attend networking events. Now, I understand that we have been in the past 2 years in a pandemic, but what I suggest is even online, you can network with people, find out what other people are doing, how you can serve other people, and then they will in turn want to know how they can serve you. So that's what I say to a new entrepreneur.
Yeah, for sure. All great tips. Thank you. So what are some things we talk about networking? You spoke about networking. You always hear that, but what does that actually mean? What does that entail for someone who's trying to get their brand out? Like what types of things, what activities does that include? Whether they're online or in person now that the world's opening back up again?
Great question again. I love to network. So what does that mean? There are all kinds of events going on. Look at your industry. If you're a tradesperson, there are trade events going on. The SBDC has, Small Business Development Center, has events all the time. The SBSD, Small Business Supplier Diversity, has events all the time. Your economic development in your area has events all the time. Show up. Find out about the invitations. Most of the time they are free. And just show up, keep showing up so that when you walk into a room after a while, people say, oh, that's Barbara H. Smith. She does speaker training. She does communication skills. They begin to know who you are. And I teach this networking technique. It was for when we were in face-to-face all the time. But what I would do in face-to-face meetings is I always wear a jacket with pockets. I always wear a business jacket with pockets. And I have a strategy that when people used to hand you a business card, and some still do, I would take a note on it. I wouldn't just go around grabbing business cards from random people. I would have conversations with them. And if they were someone I was genuinely interested in, I'd make a note on their business cards. Because here's what happens is you get all these business cards and then you get home and you don't know who you spoke to. You don't know who does what unless there's a picture on it and maybe it jogs your memory. But my technique is you write a note on it, and if it's really someone you want to connect with, because I'm right-handed, I put it in my right jacket pocket. Then I know when I go home and I pull out cards in the right jacket pocket, I sit down immediately and send a note. Hey, it was great meeting you at XYZ event. I've already written a note on it, why I like that person. I want to hear more about your bup-a-da-bup-a-da-bup because I wrote that note on their card. Now they're thinking, wow, this person is really intuitive, in tune to me, listened to me talking, because 99.9% of people, when they get a business card, they don't follow up.
Right.
So you be that difference when you're networking. So those are the things that I do as a networker, that a lot of people don't do.
Yeah, and that definitely, as you were talking, and I'm like, yo, I would move it to the other pocket. Like I was like, that's a good tip.
Whatever
It's intuitive. It just makes sense. Yeah. So great tips. Great tips. So when you're thinking about this new entrepreneur, someone who's just starting their small business or starting their about to be major business, how important is being a speaker in the community or industry that they are in? How important is that, especially when we're talking about the brand? So I'm going to ask you both that.
Wow. Tressa, you go ahead. I've been talking a while.
Oh, well, thank you. So I believe that, as part of your brand, you really have to know what it is that is going to be the most effective thing for you. Some of us are natural speakers. Some of us need to gain some confidence. And some of us may want to use our voice in different ways, like through writing or other channels. But the opportunity today is vast for speakers because of the number of podcasts that exist on various topics that are reaching a broad number of audiences, and for example, and getting your presence in front of the right audience is really the most critical component. So, I talk a lot about in my consulting how the greatest challenge that people have in growing their business is that they're not connecting with their target market because they have a challenge defining who their target market is. And as a result, they may go all over the place. And so they're not getting the results. So speaking to the right audience is of great value. And you have multiple opportunities to do that. And of course, Barbara can talk about preparing for that process, but it's really critical that when you show up, that you are conveying the message that is really going to help you support your brand. So for me, I help folks develop their brand messaging so that when they do show up and deliver in their speaking, that they are driving to their brand message overall and connecting with their audiences.
Wow.
Phenomenal. So what I would add to that, I think those are great points that Tressa made. Am I pronouncing your name right, Tressa?
It's Teresa.
Teresa. I want to pronounce it right. Teresa.
Thank you. I always tell people it rhymes with Lisa.
Okay, I got you now because I don't like mispronouncing my name. Not like it's hard to pronounce, but anyway, Teresa. Teresa made some really great points because she's in the marketing lane. Okay, I'm in the communications lane. So those two lanes work together, but they are separate and distinct. So for me, I help people with their articulation and how you present using your body language, using your thoughts. But one of the most critical skills to have is communication skills, whether that's writing or whether that's speaking. You have to be able to communicate and articulate your ideas and thoughts, because if you cannot, you can have a brilliant idea and not be able to articulate it or communicate it. And that's what I teach in my consulting business. I help people communicate better what they have, what they do, and what they bring to the table. And they communicate through speaking, through video, which lines up with the branding, but it's more of them bringing out the message that's in their head, not leaving it in their head, being able to produce it, articulating their ideas and conveying their thoughts. And so that's where I coach them. And once you show someone how to do techniques of speaking and writing, then their confidence goes through the roof. And once you have confidence, you can walk out of that bubble, that comfort zone, if you will, fearlessly. And many of the clients that I serve will tell you that they should call me the confidence coach. I hand them the confidence baton to take it and run to the next level with their speaking and oration and articulation and communication skills.
You know, you just did. And so it's funny because you answered my next question. And my next question was going to be, how do people who are introverted, how do they express themselves and get themselves out as speakers to the point where they can be speakers and do so with a positive brand that puts them out there, even though they're a little bit timid and kind of not wanting to be on display when they're business owners. So, Teresa, if you have anything to add into that, go ahead, because it's all about the brand too.
I am an introvert. Okay. So I speak very, very much from that perspective. And I love to speak, but it did require developing confidence. And so the confidence came, I've always been a good speaker, but as an introvert, I'm pretty much talking to like my close circle. But in terms of public speaking and speaking to audiences, what I found was really helpful to me is that I gained confidence by knowing my subject matter. And so owning my brand, knowing what I had to say, creating that message, and then repeating it, because the delivery of it is really important. And those are the things that gave me confidence to be able to speak, even though I'm an introvert. So I will show up and I will speak, and then I go back and I have to rest for a little while because
I was going to add that, Teresa. I was going to add that introverts typically, now obviously I am not an introvert. I think that came across pretty good. What I know of introverts is they can be phenomenal speakers, but they have to retreat, to refresh, regroup, and relax and rest after, because it's so out of their comfort zone that it's tiring. It's literally tiring for them. So what I teach, whether they're introvert or extrovert, is techniques of speaking. For example, I'm a master storyteller, and people love stories. We learned to talk when we were 2, but we have never really been taught how to communicate. Totally different. And so when I take a person, regardless of whether they're introvert, extrovert, or I call them bioverts when they're extroverted and introverted at the same time, wherever they come from, if I can teach you how to start your story, what techniques do what we call a tie back, a repeat, a rinse and repeat. For example, there's a storyline I use that says, what it looks like is not what it is. When you're telling the story, every so often, the technique is to repeat what it looks like is not what it is. And as you do that, not only does the audience buy in, but they start to mimic. You can almost stop saying the entire phraseology and they will finish your sentence. When a speaker, regardless of introvert or extrovert, hears and sees an audience respond to what they are saying, it builds confidence on the stage immediately. And let me say this, because I'm a speaker, doesn't mean that everybody is a speaker in the sense that I stand on a platform, but every single person on the planet is a speaker, because how else do you convey your thoughts or ideas unless you open your mouth and talk? And so when you hear speaker, some people correlate that with this person stands on a platform. That's not me. That person is not for me. But the truth of the matter is we are all speakers, especially if we're in business, because if you can't convey or pitch your idea, your thought, or articulate it, then you're going to be out of business pretty quickly. So I teach techniques of, they're called different things. I teach storytelling so that every single person on the planet has a story, and you can use that story to line up with the idea, the brand, the thought, the occasion that you are presenting before your audience. And it could be an audience of 1 or an audience of 1,000, but every conversation is a presentation. And so I teach people how to present.
Yeah. And, I think you said something very powerful, and I'm going to say it differently, but I'm going to say what you said. So every one of us is a communicator. So we know we have folks in our communities who may be deaf or who may not be able to physically speak verbally, but we're all communicating in some sort of way to each other and through each other. And so you mentioned body language earlier, and I saw Teresa kind of come to attention when we started talking about being an introvert. She owned that, and she came up and she came forward. It was really cool to see that happen. And when we're thinking about communication, and I am all about the metaverse, I'm all about the future and technology. And I heard you say the other day that you are about technology as well. You have a technical background. So I'm going to ask, and this is for both of you guys, the future. What does it look like to be in each of your individual spaces in the future? What do you foresee when it comes to things like AI chatbots or therapeutic AI, artificial intelligence? When it comes to, for you, Teresa, computer-generated art and branding that you can just speak into existence. So have you guys thought about that? What are your thoughts when I say those things? If you haven't kind of discovered any of these tools that are out there, what are your thoughts about the future with technology?
Well, I will say that I'm very excited about where we're going. The thing that really excites me is that there's truly an opportunity in this moment to create more equity in terms of access for Black and Brown people to be able to highlight and gain recognition for their skills and talents. And that is really exciting to me. I think that understanding that some barriers are being broken down through the metaverse, the walls are coming down and they're not going back up. I believe the same, coming out of 2020, the thing that came to me is that we are at a space where so many things have been, this society has been founded on structural racism, and I talk about that a lot. I've worked in health equity spaces, and this is something that I'm very intentional about speaking on. Our society was founded on structural racism, and it is being dismantled. The structures are being dismantled. It's going to get uncomfortable for a while, but we are going to be the ones who rebuild whatever it is that comes forth into the future. And that is very exciting to me.
You see me grinning ear to ear.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. What do you say, Barbara?
Excuse me. Teresa, that was phenomenal. I'm sitting here thinking, what does it mean in the speaker realm? Well, I can tell you technology excites me every day of the week anyway, but knowing that something simple as being able to connect with other people across the globe. The pandemic has been very bad for a lot of people, but for my industry, it's been the best I've seen because we just closed the gap between one continent and another, and it's normalized now, where it used to be unheard of or almost rare to get online and talk to someone in a different country on a regular basis as a normal thing. Do you understand what I mean? As something normal. It's been normalized. And so I'm looking forward to the technology speeding the infrastructure, speeding up the ability so that we don't have lag time between talking to somebody. My buddies in Africa, I have a constituency in Africa now on the continent, specifically in Kenya and Uganda. And so sometimes that infrastructure is wobbly, if you will,
right,
for lack of a better word. And I'm looking for the time and the days ahead where it's universal connectivity, and how we connect will be instantaneous, not on a lag. I'm looking for the ability to speak something into existence as in the metaverse and be able to transmit that to another country or another continent. I'm looking for the days when we are duplicated in the virtual world and anybody can play in the playground. And so I know that's happening now, but it's not mainstream yet. And I'm looking for it to go, when it goes mainstream, and like Teresa said, then more Black and brown people will be able to participate in the technology.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm hearing you talk, and there's this energy. Like, this is what I get to feel all the time. I don't know if y'all listening in heard that and felt it through the waves, but this is literally a conversation that could be squarely in Web3. I think that we definitely have some opportunities when it comes to the metaverse in both things, in both branding and in opportunities for speaking and engagement, and just kind of overcoming fears and things like that. There are a lot of people in this world who are fearful of getting on stage and actually speaking. And there is, there is AI out there that can actually help with some of these things. And there's actually, I want to say it's a program called Replica. And it's an AI bot that you kind of walk into this house setting, and it's standing there waiting for you to command it, just like your Google Home Hub or your Alexa is waiting for you to give it commands. She's there waiting for you to say something. And not only does she act as a teacher, but she's also a listening ear. So if you are feeling, kind of a way, you don't have anybody to talk to, there are people who are going to be helped by this type of technology, where they've always got a friend they can go to, or they've got somebody they can practice their speech in front of without feeling embarrassed and feeling a kind of way, but they actually give valuable feedback too. So it's kind of cool, some of the different ways that the technology is setting itself amongst us. I do feel confidently that we need to be careful with some of it.
I was just going to say that, Nicole.
Definitely.
Right now, my Android sometimes picks up and goes, what did you say? And I was like, I wasn't talking to you.
Yes. Like, stop
It makes
listening.
me nervous. It makes me nervous.
Stop listening.
Don't listen to me. Shutting itself off and turning itself over like a baby. What's going on with that? But I got to tell you that it's totally exciting for me, because I'm going to date myself right now, and it's okay. I remember when the internet 1.0 started, handwriting, we writing. Yeah. And then in 1990, I know it started in the 60s in the research and development in a university, and then it went to the military. They always get things first. And then 2.0, the internet came out. I remember when there was no way to find anything on the internet.
Yeah.
I remember those days. I remember people not knowing what a www was. And my mom even came home. I came home from work and she said, you got to get me one of those wwws. And I said, you don't know what you're talking about. She said, well, CNN has one. You have one, right? Well, I remember how long ago that was now. And now technology has quadrupled 8 times over to speed up to now Web 3.0. And so to me, that's super exciting. But people who don't like change,
are
not liking this at all. It's very uncomfortable to your point.
And that's okay, because you know what? We're going to have to get uncomfortable so that we can get comfortable again. And so that's what I'm here for, is to help them, through that happily. But we do, it's people, anytime you're going through an implementation of anything, or you're kind of adapting to new technology. We did experience this even back in the day with like AOL, when we were getting those discs sent to our houses and we were like, why are we getting spammed AOL discs and things like that? Like, we've gone through these changes. The evolution of technology has been fantastic. It has been a roller coaster, but we do need to care for it. What we cannot do is sit by idly and not take part.
Yeah.
Can't do it. We gotta be here. And so it is incredibly important. I want to thank everybody for coming today. Thank you both for sharing your greatness and sharing your genius with us. Thank you for being a part of the Black Business Network, the Black Business Expo, and the Black Business Olympics. I want to quickly say that the Black Business Expo is created to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App, and it is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, and we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors and the Black Business Olympics for September 2022 session, which you are now witnessing. First Atlantic Insurance Group, Creative Force Studios, First Financial Securities, NC 100, Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, The Breathing Experience, Margie McLean Foundation, Work the Thing Supplements, Live Shackle Free, Nubian Media, Black House Media Group, 5 Star BDM LLC, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Carthon Consulting Group, Lotus Richey Ignites, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Career Communications, STEM City USA, Artistic App Design, I Define TV, Lee Entertainment, Geniuses Common, Black Business Expo USA. I am Nicole Maxwell. I am the CEO of Black Multiverse Enterprises. I am the owner of Technical Consulting and the founder of the Blackverse Metaverse community. I have enjoyed my time serving as your moderator today. You can connect with me at metamindshift.com. We will see you back here tomorrow for more great speakers sharing their greatness with the world. Invite some others to share in this historical experience. And if you would like to be a speaker, please connect with us at www.blackbusinessexpousa. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and